Thrash_Jackson is now live. Streaming Blueprints, day 70. What is time? Why is blue? Rooms, 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 rooms. Test.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, we are back on Blueprints. I was intending to try and stream Doom Eternal, or not Doom Eternal, I keep doing that. The Dark Ages, rather. But that kind of fell through because it doesn't play nicely with OBS. So I went ahead and played that off stream. Sorry. I'm not sorry. Not sorry at all. Anyway, let's see. So my thoughts on Doom, The Dark Ages are that, frankly, it's nothing really all that special. Not a lot to write home about, to be honest. The combat system is a bit slow compared to the previous games, particularly Eternal. You spend a lot of time using your shield, riposting, and a lot of the combat encounters are just a series of, okay, I riposte, I block, I smack that with melee, and now I can shoot it again with guns that don't really feel like they're doing damage. It's particularly noticeable against some of the heavier regular enemies, like the Barons of Hell. It just doesn't feel quite right. More like we're tickling them rather than we're actually, killing them. Overall, I still think the Doom from 2016 is probably the best, due to its better gameplay than the really old ones, and hasn't gone all in on the new Argent D'Nur storyline stuff, which I don't think does Doom any particular favors. Frankly, I just don't really like what they've done with that, especially not how they've brought in the Makers and all the weird stuff they've done in the DLCs. It's just really uncomfortable, to be honest. You've gone from, hey, you're fighting demons from hell, to, hey, by the way, the angels were bad too. Oh, but they're not really demons or angels. They're actually just extra-dimensional aliens. So, wait, no, but they really are demons and angels or something. I don't know. And frankly, I don't want to know. I feel like it feels borderline sacrilegious or something. Yeah, it's just, I don't like it. They also had Doom Guy resurrected with demonic magic at one point in this game, so that was gross and really weird and uncomfortable. I don't think I'm going to be playing any more Doom games, going to be honest. I think I'm kind of done with the series after that. 2016 was pretty good, and if I think about it, 2016 is basically the quintessential Doom story. You're a Marine on Mars, demons have been unleashed, kill them. It's a basic premise, but it works. You don't need terribly advanced stories for every single game. That's what we had with the original Doom, that's what we had with Doom 3, that's what we had with Doom 2016, and that's really all I want. So, that's about all I've got for Doom. I think I'm kind of done with the series after this last game. I just don't like where they're going with it story-wise and gameplay-wise. It doesn't offer me anything that's just, like, absolutely can't miss. It's serviceable. I mean, it's not quite generic, but it's not world-shattering either. Anyway, let's get back to Blueprints. So, as of last time, if I remember correctly, I'd managed to go and open the blue doors and get the throne room. No, I got the throne room, managed to get the blue doors open, and got inside and found a book saying, hey, basically you've reached the end of the journey. Which would be great if it was actually true. but it's not, which we know because there are still dangling threads that people have been pulling on, and the community has found out a whole new set of puzzles. Puzzles that are frankly totally beyond my capability to solve on my own, so I'll be leaning heavily on guides to get any more real progress done. Sorry if you find that disappointing, but that's just the truth of the matter. I'm not smart enough to keep going in this game. There's literally no more clues. Like, if you remember, we started out, we had to get to room 46. We got to room 46 after a few bits of yak shaving because, it seemed like all we had to do was get to the antechamber. Except when you get to the antechamber, you find that these doors are sealed up, so you have to figure out, how do we open these doors? You unseal those doors. You find out that this door is still sealed. To get to that, you have to get into the basement, but they give you the key. So you take the key and you go into Foundation, and you open up the basement through there, or through the fountain, and then you can go and pull a lever to open up this door. Hooray! Now you can see room 46, and along the way you've probably started to find these red letters. We've been accumulating those over time. So, as we continue, room 46, hey, you've gotten the credit roll and fulfilled the bequest, so technically you've beaten the game, right? Except there's a clue in there to a whole new puzzle that's basically several smaller puzzles. You have to get 8 keys for 8 doors to get into the inner sanctum down in the Foundation area, where you find 8 sigils that you have to correctly solve for the 8 countries that this world has had. Correctly solve the sigils, you find 8 postcards that if you read through them, you'll figure out what order your uncle visited those 8 countries in 8 months. You go back to room 46, you use that, you diagram that out on the small map behind his chair, and hey, you get the actual... You get the actual will and the actual deed to the manor here. So far so good, that's it, right? Except the will contains another slight clue indicating a deeper puzzle. If you pull the arms on the angels in the freaking what is that place called? Mortuary? Morgue? No, that's not it. Mausoleum, I think. Tomb. They call it the tomb here. Right. So you pull the angel arms in the tomb in a different order than you pulled them the first time, and lo and behold, they unveil your mother's 2 books, which is something he talked about both the angels and your mother's manuscripts in the will, which is how you need to go do that. Those books show you sitting down on the throne with the scepter, crown, and the idol, or the bad luck idol, whatever the hell it's called. So you do that, and you've also found that there's an experiment to remove boxes from the tunnel over here. You do that, and you find basically a door at the very end. And I think I'm even forgetting a piece. Yes, I am forgetting the whole saga of getting the scepter, which involved lighting up those 4 torches, getting that elevator, figuring out the whole castle clue, and that it was both the chess move and figuring out all the letters that went into that anagram, or what is it? It's not an anagram. I forget the word for it, but it's basically castle is, the start to 6 other words, which when you find all the clues to that, fill in the letters, turns out it's written in Eurasian, and if you can translate that, hey, it's the code to the clock down in the castle room that you can get to once you perform the castle move by solving the chess puzzle twice and going first to rook and then to king, or vice versa. And now you've got the key, so all you have to do is pull the freaking treasure trove out of the main dungeon, out of the main house and into the outer room. Now you've got the scepter, and yeah, just get the scepter and the idol and the crown all in the same run, which is not as hard as you might think, because the royal scepter will stick with you so long as you end the day in whatever color you decide. So as long as I keep ending my day in blue rooms, I get to hang on to this guy, and it continues to make rooms blue. Unfortunately, that means I can't change what color room it makes more common, but the Banner of the King can kind of counteract that. Huzzah. Yippee skippy. Alright, now, anyway. All of that yak shaving will turn the throne room into the throne room of the Blue Prince, draft 8 more blue rooms after drafting the throne room of the Blue Prince on a given day, and lo and behold, you open up the blue doors and get to those 3 boxes I was talking about earlier that have a book that basically says it's the end, except it's not the end, because there is no end to the end. Who's heard of that? No one. Not this game developer. This game developer thinks endings are for pussies, and he's got another layer of puzzles for you. Which begins with a clue we actually found in one of the earlier sessions talking about numeric cores. And also with these, blue tents that you now have. So, what these blue tents do is that if you can work your way back to this row here, they'll leave little notes inside those rooms that will give you clues to something deeper. So we've got a few dangling threads right now. One is the Baron's Baffler, which I did not figure out myself, but I've read online what the solutions to it are. It's basically kind of a crossword word scramble type thing. And the final answer is Mantis. Though what significance that has is as yet not clear. Even to the people who have more or less solved the game. So that one's just a straight up dangling thread. The other dangling thread we have to pull is trying to find new clues on that last row with the blue tents. Or next to last row, rather. And finally, we have the note we found in this filing cabinet over here. Talking about numeric cores. Okay. The final number you obtain. Right, so the way these work is that you get a 4-digit number, and then you have to put in 3 different functions: a subtraction, a multiplication, and a division. The first number is always going to be positive. Now, you basically have to work through all the different variations of this to find the smallest possible whole number. And that the smallest number is the numeric core. Of course, the number is more than 3 digits, you repeat the process. Less than 4 digit is considered the numeric core of the larger number. What this note doesn't tell you is that it's not always subtract, multiply, divide. It could be multiply, divide, subtract, or some other combination. You're basically looking for whatever gets the number as low as possible. Okay. So, that's all the information we have to go on for now. Let's try and get to the 8th row back there, as we continue this journey into abject madness in the form of architecture. Like, I still can't get over how this house is supposed to work. Like, you just have all these rooms and you can suddenly spawn them? How? Are they just buried beneath the house and rise up a la, I don't know, MHA or Evangelion? Doesn't make any sense, really. But in any case, we don't have anything better to play until launch of Night Rain in 10 days or so. So, may as well play what we've got, right? Is there anything even left to buy here? Ah yes, Dirigiblocks. Whenever they release that update. It might even be that some of the puzzles can't be solved until that update. Yeah, let's get some keys. Let's go conservatory. Always kind of useful. Yep, I know what to do. Crafting studio. Oh, I wanted so badly to make this much more common not that long ago, but it didn't show up. And now I don't need it anymore. I've got everything out of it at this point. It's pointless. Yeah, no, those are all fine as they are. Oh, right. Let's go with the break room then. Money! Do I want to deal with this? I suppose I better. Oh, this is already a problem. Alright, so that's 31, minus 20 is 11, divided by 11 is 1. 10, 20, that's 30, minus 9, but then flip it, that'd be 90. No, wait, hang on. 10, 20. 10 and 20 is 30, minus 9 is 21, flip the numbers is 12. 13 times 1 is 13, 23. Hang on, nope. 13 times 1, flip the numbers, is 31. Plus 10 is 41. Multiplied by 1, but flip the numbers again, it's 14. Hey, silver key. Well, let's start heading north. Let's get that hallway. Give me that key. Wouldn't be a terrible thing to get a reroll, but I'm low on gems. Oh, archives. How I despise you. One of my least favorite rooms, the archives. Don't have a whole lot of tools either. This run could come to an abrupt and ignominious end. Yeah, this is the Baron's Baffler. And I would honestly have to look up the solution to each one of these, but basically each clue is a hint for two different words, the long word and the short word, but within it, I do remember this first one is inmate. I-N-M-A-T-E, or M-A-T, inmate, mat. So, you know, long word and small word. Each letter in the small world would be included in the next clue's long word. So MAT would have to appear somewhere in this one. Can affect one greatly when made by someone with a strong spirit. And MAT has to be somewhere in there. And I remember that this began with an A. And then lastly, the first letter of each small word forms this week's solution, a member of the sixth clue. So it came out to MANTIS, which a group composed of members that have similar characteristics. A member of that clue, mantis, is an insect, which I think is what this was. INSECT, yeah, insect, S, it fits, yep. So yeah, that's kind of how that one went. And I understood it not at all on my own. Much like the Arajan language, which frankly I could not make heads or tails of as my life depended on it. I couldn't do it. Alright, let's get a parlor, get us some gems. I very much wish I'd taken the second key upgrade here. Gems are in the white box. Statement is as true as the statement on the black box. The gems are not in the black box. Right. Alright, so if that's true, then they would have to be in either the white or blue box. And one of these would have to be false. So this could be false, and this could be true, and it would work so long as they're in the white box. If that statement is true, then this could be false, and this would then be simultaneously true and false, and they could be in blue? No, that doesn't work. I'm thinking white. None of that's what I want. I want to get into the foundation. I suppose the dining room isn't a terrible choice, though. Give me that lunchbox. Drawing room, especially since drawing rooms basically don't have a gem cost once you know about, you know, the secret safe inside them that has a gem inside it. Let's see, this one's, yeah. Let's try that again. Man, no love. No love at all. Oh, they no longer show me the destroyed piggy bank. Oh well, it served its purpose. Don't want a garage. It will be 3 keys. That would be very useful right now. Yeah, let's get some keys. Because I am a bit short. Yoink. Got a key card, so I don't really care about turning off the security system this time. Can't think of any experiments I need to be running. That might come back to haunt me. Alright, let's go with the lab. Let's see what we've got on the computer. Okay, yep. Sure, let's do that. Okay. Should I put in a special order? Maybe... I don't know. Let's go with a magnifying glass. I can never find one of those when I need it. I think now would be a good time for the silver key. How many mechanical rooms do I have? Only the one, I think. Can I use my dice? You know, that'll work. It's not fantastic, but... it's also not terrible. Well, this is basically my only real option. Hey, breakfast, dinner is served. Supposedly there are hidden blue postcards in just about every room on this tier. Maybe not in this one though, maybe that's just like almost impossible to do one here, so maybe they just didn't. Alright, weight room, fuck. Not what I want. Pantry is also less than ideal, but it's better than a damn weight room. Not seeing a blue postcard in this room either. Guess I'll go with the kitchen. Hooray, I got a free key. Hmm. Come back to that. Guess let's go with the corridor. I mean, I kind of doubt the corridor will have anything, but... Huh. I feel like I am distinctly missing something here. Like the blue postcards that you're supposed to be able to get with blue tents. Let me double check this. Alright, on the 8th rank, each blue room, okay, so it has to be a blue room that we draft on the 8th rank, will contain a hidden blue memo. Alright, did I have any blue rooms? Yeah, I've got 2. This is the 8th rank, right? Yeah, it's the 8th rank. These are blue rooms. So they should have hidden blue memos. Well, I'll have to pass back that way anyway. So want to see what's in the Lost and Found? Let's take another look. I mean, I know I'm bad at spotting stuff like this, but I just don't even see where it could be hidden. Unless they've attached it to this? No, they haven't done that. You know what, I'm gonna look this one up. And I cannot. It's not given. Not sure this room has a blue memo in it. Yep. So I mean, I'm looking at something that's collected all the blue memos, and there doesn't appear to be one for the pantry. So it's not all blue rooms that are. This one didn't have one. That said, it is showing one for the kennel. Let's see if I can find that one. The heck? There we go. Controls locked up there for a second. Wait, hang on. There we go. Sinclair's 4 canine companions are named Carter, Thoughtless, Hot Sauce, and Drawbridge. Well, that is clearly incredibly important. Now, who wants to give bets on which one of these boys is Thoughtless? Which one of you is smooth brain? Alright, so yeah, it is working. Good deal, good deal. Alright, well, that only gives us the one, though, and there are a bunch of them. I've lost my key. I mean, I guess it's better than losing the scepter. A little. Ah, yes, the Throne of the Blueprints. Fantastic. Get a storeroom. Or I could get the closed exhibit. You know, that wouldn't be a bad idea. If I get lucky, I might be able to get back to the room with the dartboard in it. Oh, shit. Fuck a duck. I mean, I don't really have a use for it, but just Fuck. I mean, I guess I can get it back almost any time I want, so long as I can get the blessing of the monk and draft up the well, actually, no, I just have to draft up that room, don't I? I don't even have to bring it outside anymore. If I can draft the, vault? Or whatever it's called, I can't remember. Treasure trove. If I can draft the treasure trove, I can get that back. Just irritating. It was my emotional support scepter, and now it's gone. One of the only things I can keep bringing with me. Not anymore. Yeah, none of those are particularly inspiring. Sure, let's go with the gallery. Fun thing about the gallery, after you've solved it, it's just free stuff. And when I say solve it, after you read the answers offline, because these things don't make any fucking sense. I mean, no, despite the very, and, you know, the actual objective, which says, you know, truth, genuine, veritas, truth, it's all truth. No, the actual answer is real eyes. My hate is immeasurable. And this, ruminate. This is ruminate. How do you know it's ruminate? Because it's the room in 8, but the only way to get this room is to use the 8 key on a locked door, so you can't even possibly have seen this room before. How would you know this was the room in 8? You would have no idea. For all you know, this is just some random thing they put together. You have to have a wild-ass guess of a word pun based on a single picture. This, it's think, because it's, you know, thick, but the K is thin, so it's thin K. And this one I think is the worst of all. Ponder. How is this ponder? Well, it's the P on red, right? But the red is reflected. So this is all red, but this is reflected red. So this is dir, and it's the P on dir. And you, again, hate. Worst room in the game. Not the most useless, but the one that inspires vitriol. Sure, I'll take a shovel. And it's all pointless at this point, but why not? Yeah, let's do a showroom. Ornate compass is one of the best items in the game. I wish I could take that with me every single run. I'd really like a room that just sort of keeps going. Fine, we'll do the treasure trove. Wonder if there's an upper limit to how much money this thing can hold. There are still a couple of rooms I'm hoping I can get to a pier before I close out the day, and I still have open places to draft, which is why I'm not just ending it here and going to the next day. But again, you are still at the mercy of random number generation. No, wait, that's not this one. Last room, huh? No luck today. Yep, no luck today. Not lockpick yet. Okay. Wait, I haven't drafted a room outside yet. Not that there's much point to it, but... Don't know why I'm looking. I've already confirmed more than once that there's no more open places to draft, but... ah well. Alright, well, that's it for today. Yes, I do need to be doing magnifying glasses on my special requests. Let's go ahead and call it a day. Okay, so we've got 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Actually, that's gonna be, you know, like maybe 59. $60, 61, potentially 62 rooms that would need to be drafted back on that 8th row in order to find everything. I don't think even all of these rooms are actually collected in what I've seen online. Because what I'm looking at with these online guides, how many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. It's going to be 49 plus 7, so that's 56. We've got 57 here. Maybe I miscounted. Well, but I'm also adding in, like, the antechamber, which couldn't possibly go there. There's at least 2 rooms that couldn't go here, so that's what, 53 plus the, sorry, 43 plus the 8 classrooms, which would be 51, 52, 53, 54, because there's no way those can go in there. 55, 56, 57. Okay, so we've got the overwhelming majority on there. I think I'm going to take another couple of runs at seeing what I can find on my own in the 8th tier. And then I'm just going to read off all the blue notes on the guides because, well, it would take, what? Even if I was able to draft all blue rooms on that back part with, you know, 5 rooms per run, it'd take like, probably, I mean, take like 12 days to get them all. It just doesn't seem like a good time investment to me. Oh, I still have a blessing in effect, don't I? Yes, I do. Okay. So that, I should not have drafted that today. All right. Do I have the key card? I have the key. I also have the Royal Scepter. Huh, I got it back. Sweet. Not sure why I got it back, but I am not going to question that. Yeah, I feel like a Solarium today. Fun thing about the Solarium, they've got this T here. It's thought that that might be something to do with an even later game puzzle that people haven't quite solved. You can get a shovel in here? Okay, cool. I didn't realize this could spawn a shovel. Hooray, brick. But yeah, it's thought that maybe if you somehow were able to bring this... I don't know. There's some theory around that room. Alright. Alright, let's get us a... Let's go for a gift shop. It's a lovely room in terms of giving us exits. Wine cellar. Shit, I don't have enough for it. Alright, fine. Alright, that's 5. That's 10. 3, 6, 9. 9 minus 1 is 8. 8. No, wait. 3, 6, 9 squared is 36. Wait, hang on. 3, 6, that's 9. 9 squared. 9 squared is 81. Minus 21 is 60. Divided by 10 is 6. Let's do a dining room. Actually, you know what else we're gonna do? We're gonna look for mostly blue rooms today. Yes, mostly blue rooms today. Maybe tomorrow, not so blue rooms, but today, blue. Go ahead and get a gallery so we can get a couple of gems and the key of 8. This is another situation where I really wish I could reorient this room, because I'd really like it to, you know, go the other way so I could get into the east part of the house. But alas, no luck for that. At least not right now. Alright, what do we got here? Ah! We can reorient. Honestly, this is kinda the best way to go. That's right, I've got a shovel. I can dig. Get stuff. Let's do a chamber of mirrors. It's a really fun room, provided you can get at it from multiple angles. But alas, I am to be thwarted. I can no longer get at it from all the angles I should wish. But I can get to the east side, so that's something. Let's do an aquarium. Delightful turnip. Oh, that's right, we can get multiples. Do I want the attic? Let's start an experiment. Staff announcements. Go ahead and put in the magnifying glass order again. Actually, yeah, let's do a study. Pick up a couple of gems, have the ability to redraft based on gems. It's probably a good idea. Probably a good idea. Nook. No, that's a bad call, at least right now. Laundry room might be a good one, though. Get all the keys imaginable. I mean, 11 gems is plenty of gems. But it's always keys that kind of slow you down or hold you back. Go with the parlor. Oh, that's right, it's got a fireplace. Alright, what do we got in the parlor today? Gems are in the box with a true statement. This is the second statement on this box. Both box statements on the black box are false. Well, at least the second statement is true, so that means that this one is false. The statements containing the word statements are always true. Okay. Well, that's not possible. Because we know this one is false. So if this one is false, then this one is false. So this is the only one that is true, and that means that it has to be this one. Alright. None of those is looking the correct direction. That is a terrible room. Sure, double parlors, let's go. This box and the white box are both false. True box contains the gems. You will open this box and find it empty. Well, I mean, that's presumptuous. This box and the white box are both false. A true box contains the gems. Okay, so you'll open this box and find it empty. In order for this to be true, I have to open this box in the first place. So if this is true, I would have to actually take an action. I'm not sure how that works with this. So let's say this is true, that this box is empty. Then this would have to be the true box. If this box is false, then the white box would be true. Like, if this is true, then it's false. So it's falsifying itself, so that box has to be false. I kind of feel like it has to be white. Alright, let's do something else. Fine, we'll do the observatory. Wait, hang on. Oh crap, this is the 7th rank, not the 8th. I'm an idiot. I'm an absolute fool. Let's go with an East Hall wing. East Wing Hall, whatever. Alright. Let's go with a wine cellar. So, the reason I decided to go with the wine cellar is because that clue we looked at earlier about numeric cores requires 4 numbers. This here says, well, in Roman numerals, 1, 2, 13, or 12, 13. Or at least, so it would appear. I'm actually not sure if that's what it says or not. I think the answer to that is in the blue note cards. Speaking of, is this the blue? This is... Alright, there should be a blue note card somewhere in here. Let's look around for that. But that number there doesn't make any sense with this heraldry, as this heraldry would relate to our mother. She is the union of the houses of Sinclair and Epsom. And it's 1993... The date of 1213 makes no sense. That's actually a clue to the numeric core of this family. Let's look around to find a blue note card. There ought to be one in here somewhere. There. The numerals below the coat of arms are 4 different numbers, not 1. Okay, yep. So that basically is one of the other pieces of this. But then my thought would be it's 1, 2, 1, 3. And I think that's not correct. But if it is 1, 2, 1, 3, then we would have basically a positive 1 that we need to either multiply, divide, or subtract 2 from. And then do the other two operations with 1 and 3 again. 1 times 2 is 2. Divided by... So if we go with multiplied by 2 divided by 1 and subtract 3, we get -1. That doesn't make sense. If we go subtract by 2, we've got a -1, then we can multiply it by 1 or divide it by 1, and it still comes out to -1. And then we have to either multiply it by 3 or divide it by 3, which still ends up as a negative number. Which that doesn't make sense either. If we divide 1 by 2, then we get 1/2. Minus 1 would be -1/2, multiplied by 3 would be -1.5. So yeah, it can't just be 1, 2, 1, 3, because no matter which way we arrange the stinking operations, it ends up as a negative. I think. Dead ends, we don't want those. Actually, wait, do I want dead ends? No, I don't want dead ends. Do I want dead ends? And a coat check would be useful to put away the key of 8. Because the coat check's more common than the gallery, I think. How common is the gallery? Yeah, the gallery's not very common. Coat check would be nice. I may come to regret that. A little. How do I get back to the front of the house? That's going to lead to dead ends, so through the nook, through the aquarium, throne room, and straight to the front. Okay. Oh, fish. Eat the fish. Delicious fish. Ballroom. That's awful. No, I do not want a ballroom when I've got 24 dadgum gems. That would be insane. Kennel? A kennel will do. Yep, nope, none of those. Break room is okay. Coat check. actually do want a coat check. Do I have two puppers asking for pets? I do, I think. Good pupper. You know, technically those dogs haven't properly cared for in 2 months. But don't think about that. What am I down here for? Not this. I'm not down here for this. It's gonna come up through the underground entrance to try and get more blue rooms on row 8. That's what I was doing. This is kind of a bad idea. I'm wasting these rerolls. I think we've got 6 left. Let's just go with the clock tower. Get some extra keys for tomorrow. You know what? Let's get up to row 8 first. Let's make that the priority here. That will screw me over for getting what I need on row 8 because it'll be the wrong color. Let's go with the showroom. Okay. Well, a passageway would let me get, or try to get, like, 3. Library. I mean, I'd be utterly cut off from this room either way, so... I'm gonna go with the passageway. Oh, let's do a walk-in closet, why not? see, here we go. Her leadership, Clara Epson, was laid to rest on the 11th of June, 1983. Neat, I guess. Not overly useful, but good to know. Means she's been dead 10 years. Drawing room would suit my purposes. Okay, let's try and find the card in here. There it is. Months are slightly longer than days. Thank you for that scintillating insight. I mean, technically true. Not technically useful by any stretch of any sane being's imagination, but technically it is a true statement. Trophy room or office? Which one is rarer? I really wish I could pull up my, like, directory of rooms in this. I feel like I see the office less than the trophy room. So we'll go with that one. It's 0303. Yep. Alright, where is the blue card in here? There it is. The king can castle by swapping with another piece. By this point in the game, I probably already would know that. I mean, I don't know. I feel like a lot of this isn't terribly helpful. I'm very tempted to do the freezer, but no. Oh, hey, just remembered I still had those. Okay, so I actually pulled this for a very specific reason. I have looked ahead a little bit. And this room here is kind of critical to the next phase of the puzzle. So, right, to explain this, we're going to need to look through the blue room notes, and there are 4 in particular. So basically it has to do with the coat of arms. There are 4 notes in particular. So the first one we've already found, it's in the wine cellar. The numerals below the coat of arms are 4 different numbers, not 1. There are 3 others. Let me see if I can identify which rooms they would be in. One moment. So in the Mechanarium, the blue note reads, on the coat of arms, the first number is 1 numeral, the rest are each 2 numerals. So since the wine cellar, so okay, with that, do I have the wine cellar up this round? Or was that last round? I do have it up this round, okay. Right, so probably too many steps to get back there, but basically it was M, C, C, X, I, I, which would typically be read 12, 13. But if we're reading it as the first one is 1 numeral, then the first one is 1. Then if the others are 2 numerals, then CC, that's 2. Out of 2, it would be either 200 or 2. Actually, that's a good point. It would be 1,211 and 2. So 1,211 and 2. And we need to try and find the smallest number of that, starting with the number 1,000. Actually, I'm going to crack open Excel for this, which y'all can't see, but use the power of imagination. So let's see, we've got 3 operations we can do: multiply, divide, and subtract. It's actually basically 3 times 2, so there's 6 ways we can do this. Alright, so the second one is going to be 200, the third is 11, and the last one is 2. So we'll start, we're basically going to use Excel to run through all the possibilities quickly in an organized fashion to figure out which of these is the lowest number, which is what we're after. Alright. This will take me a moment or 2 to set up. I apologize for effectively dead air. No, that's not it. Come on, genius, you know better than that. Okay, so we subtracted there. So we subtract, multiply, divide, subtract, divide, multiply. Be multiply, subtract, no, hang on. Multiply, subtract, divide, multiply, divide, subtract, and it would be divide, multiply, subtract, and divide, subtract, multiply. Okay, so the different combos, running through the different operations, we can get 4400, 145.45, repeating, 99994.5, 18179.82, 53, and negative 12. It has to be a whole number. It has to be the lowest whole number possible. So the only two that are whole numbers are 53 and 4400, which means 53 is our winner. So that gives us 2 clues. Since... oh, actually no, that's just the start of it, really. Hang on. I need to continue to explain the puzzle. My mistake. Alright. The third clue we've got is the family core is kept in the family vault, which... what room is that found in? That's actually found in the throne room of the Blue Prince. The family core is kept in the family vault. So that tells us that, you know, our family core is...
BSBwares on streambu.com, remove the space, at XMQJ7XGP.
One moment. Right. So the family key is kept in the family vault is the blue card that would appear in the throne of the Blue Prince if we had found that one. And then the last relevant one is that the family core is unlocked only by the sum of its digits. And that is found in... where? One moment, let me dig it up. Is this silly thing? Ah, that is found in the vault. So, basically what we get with these 4 things is that in the wine cellar, we have the numerals below the coat of arms are 4 different numbers, not 1. Where was the second one located? Oh, God. In the wine... yeah, okay, that's in the wine cellar. In... I apologize. Put that thing. Oh, okay. The Mechanarium. Alright. So you have to first draft the wine cellar to find out that the numerals below the coat of arms are 4 different numbers rather than 1. Then the Mechanarium to find out that on the coat of arms the first number is 1 numeral, the rest are each 2 numerals, which you can then run through the various potential math equations to find out that the family core is 53. The throne room of the Blue Prince will tell you that the family core is kept in the family vault, and the vault will tell you that the family core is unlocked only by the sum of its digits, which is 8. So, we know that the family core is in the family vault. The family core is 53. We know that it is unlocked only by the sum of its digits. The sum of its digits is 8. We have a key of 8. The key that I already checked into the coat check earlier this run. Believe it or not, this is the fairly simple part. Like, we're definitely at the part of the game where it's pretty much you have to crowdsource the solution or go mad. Or just be like a genius level intellect. Unfortunately, I'm not a genius level intellect, and I went mad long ago, so neither of those options is available to me. Therefore, I require help. I will take extra keys. Even though I do not need them at all. Sure, just give me 5 keys. It's not like I've got, like, all the keys right now. Where'd I put that coat check? Okay. Hello, puppers. Did I bypass a kitchen? No, I don't have a kitchen deployed. It's too bad. I'm running low on steps, or I feel like I'm running low on steps. And I really would like to get to the vault today. Alright, so here we are in the vault, looking for box 53. Do 1. So we'll open it up with the key of 8, get some allowance, and we find another clue. What do we got? My obsession with ciphers was renewed after my brother died, for among his journals I found a curious square, a grid of words written in a hand I immediately recognized, my mother's. Accompanying this discovery were numerous pages containing traces of my brother's fruitless attempts over the years to decipher this grid. It was a bittersweet find, but the excitement I felt was tempered by memories of the unique bond my mother and brother had always shared. I was the child with an interest in puzzles and wordplay, yet it was Simon to whom she bequeathed this cryptic gift. With all respect to my late brother, it became clear after spending time poring over his notes that he was not very suited to this challenge. Occasionally he stumbled on some promising ideas, but none of them were thoroughly pursued. Where I will give him credit, however, is the extensive research he conducted, combing through a career's worth of our mother's notes and correspondence. This search culminated in the discovery of a letter my mother had written a local professor requesting additional material in the creation of a cryptograph. This meager clue was, according to this survey, the only shred of evidence in her belongings that mentioned this project. As for me, I am ashamed to admit that despite all my boasting, I have nothing to show for nearly 3 decades of effort. I am no closer to solving this than I was in those early months of daily obsession, and with each passing year I fear my chances of reaching a satisfying conclusion to this adventure grow ever slimmer. Some might say this outcome is quite fitting, poetic justice for tormenting my readers for so many years with seemingly impossible bafflers. While I can certainly relate to their frustrations, I wonder if we really need to obtain answers to all of life's questions. Must we always quench our thirst for knowledge? At my age, I often find myself looking back at the long path behind me, and I think I am content to leave a few stones unturned. A life without some mystery is a life without imagination. So I will lay down this burden and leave this stone, and the winding path of intrigue it proceeds, for future generations to explore. Pig, sand, mail, date, head, clam, peak, heat, Joya, well, toad, card, will, tape, legs, tree, road, maid, slab, rock, hand, vase, safe, clay, toes. Okay. I will be right back to explain this level of nonsense. Alright, so, this level of nonsense. You notice how all of these are 4 letters? These are all potential numeric cores, and you solve them the same way as you solve the family core. To begin with, you take each of these letters and you translate them to their position in the alphabet. So, for P, for example, is 16. So basically using the same kind of method we did for the family's numeric core, what we can do is we can start off with 16 as opposed to 1000, and then we get I is 9, G is 7, S is 19, and now we just look for the lowest possible number, which it turns out is 19. And then we take that 19 and we translate it back to a letter. So in this case, pigs translates to S. Sand. S is 19. A is of course 1. N is 14 and D is 4. And the lowest number there is 20, so our second letter is T. Male. M is 13. A is still 1. I is 9. L is 12. And the biggest number, or the smallest number rather, is 9, which is I. Date. D is 4. A is 1. T is 20. And E is 5. Lowest number is 12, which translates to L. And then the last one here is head. So, head is 8. E is 5. A is 1. D is 4. Lowest number is 12. So, L. So the first one comes out S-T-I-L-L. And there are, as you can see, another, 5, 10, 15, 20 of these. So cutting to the end, what you wind up with, if you go through all of that, because, other people have already done it, I could sit here and process the whole thing, but, we already basically have the answer. It comes out to still water tints blank books. So still water tints blank books is the clue. So where in the house have we seen blank books? Well, the library. But we need still water. So where can we get still water? Well, we actually do have a clue for still water as well. Out in the garden. And we can take a look at that tomorrow, I think. If I can get since I've already got a magnifying glass, I know I'm going to need a burning glass, which means if I can get who's a what's-its? Dadgummit, what am I thinking? Metal detector. If I can get a metal detector, then I can make nope, that won't do me any good. And that wouldn't do me much harm. So where's the workshop from here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That might do me just enough harm to screw me over. I'll take the risk. Anyway, I need to get a burning glass to get to the still water. But to do that, obviously, I have to get a green room, or I have to get a metal detector, basically. Which isn't looking terribly forthcoming at the moment. Yep. Not forthcoming at all. Well, I still have the key of 8. If I wanted to go to room 8, I could do that. Sure, Veranda, let's see if you've got a metal detector. I'm not optimistic, but... alas. I think that was the last thing I could draft to. Yep, pretty much all blocked up. Sure there's nowhere else I can draft? Yeah, I'm sure. I actually drafted the attic hoping to get a metal detector, but I was rebuffed. Alright, I should try to get to a break room and take the day from there. Because now we are on the hunt for still water. That's going to require a few things to come together. You know, I didn't even think to check in the security room if maybe I'd just, you know, missed a metal detector. But I don't have enough steps to deal with any of that right now, so that's it for today. Alright, so we actually do have a clue as to where we can find still water. It's over in the new gardener's shack. As we wiggle our way over there. Or we would, if I didn't get lost so easy. Yep. Gardener's logbook. Maybe it's not in this one. That's right, it's probably in the logbook in the greenhouse. Do I have pictures of that? Let me go check my pictures of that. Ein Moment. Okay, yeah, there is a hint about it in the greenhouse logbook from the old gardener. Here we go. Among the more exciting of my recent finds was the discovery of a hidden chamber in one of the outer rooms sealed shut behind a false wall. The stale quality of the air and unmistakable aroma of corroded metal led me to believe that this chamber has remained sealed for many decades. Within it, I found a large vat and copper still, their time-worn surfaces streaked with creeping veins of oxidation and rust. I am unsure if these instruments can be restored to working condition, but if they can, I may yet find a use for the sugar beets and potato stores rotting away in the root cellar. And, handwritten in red, resealed in January after deal in Reddington fell through. So, in one of the outer rooms, there is a sealed chamber that has a still in it. That's our clue. Okay. So, the trading post. Trading post, rather interestingly, has this dynamite. As well as this jug of potentially moonshine. I wonder if there could be a connection. Huh, they'll trade me a key card for a metal detector. I will take that trade. I wouldn't normally, but given what I need today, yeah, I'll take it. Because I need that metal detector, I need a looking glass, a magnifying glass, which I believe I put on special order, so I really need a commissary. So, can make shop rooms more common today. Let's go ahead with the hallway. All right, parlor. I think a chapel. Workshop, I'm gonna need that. Just need to get a commissary. Commissary. And they've got my magnifying glass. Put these things together. And let's go spark up some dynamite. Okay, that was not how that much dynamite would have gone off, but okay, cool. And here we have the still, and there's the still water. Cool. Oh, an upgrade disc. Neat. What's this? Christophe, here's the rest of your share, 40 gold, from the moonshine shipment we made last week. This may be the last batch for quite some time, as I really feel it is no longer worth the risk, especially given Anne's continually increasing suspicion. But I do need to ask another small favor of you. Next week, when you take the Baron to town, if you can fabricate some excuse to delay your return by an hour or two, I would be much beholden to you. Denny. And we know he used that hour to deliver a ransom note to our uncle, threatening us, because he just wasn't a very good dude, sadly. Alright, but we now have access to the Stillwater. We don't actually have the Stillwater yet, nor do we have the library. We have made progress, though. What we need now is a watering can, most likely to be found in a greenhouse, which means I need a greenhouse. This box is empty. Every statement with the word empty is false. This box is empty. The blue box is empty. This box is empty. Okay, so this has to be false. First of all, it's self-falsifying. Second of all, if it were true, then all of these would be false, so that doesn't work. Therefore, that second statement has to be false, but one of these others has to be true. In fact, both of these others can be true because they don't contradict. The only thing that would be contradictory is this box being empty. Ganks and Thickum. You know what? Let's go with the laundry room. Not going to use it right this second, but I might need it later for keys or gems or something. I've used a lot of steps for this early in the day. Let's go with the kitchen. Bacon and eggs. Club sandwich. Let's go with the club sandwich. Go with the bedroom so that we don't basically run out of opportunities so early. Need a den. Come on, give me a greenhouse. Is not feeling cooperative. I'm low on keys. Of course, it's not giving me an opportunity to go where I need to go. Alright, fine. Give me a utility closet. Knock off the keycard system. Since I lost the keycard to get the other thing open. Kind of feel like I'm a bit overextended. I should go back down and do more stuff in the lower rooms. Gather more stuff, maybe find another way forward? I don't know. It won't let me turn north. Cruel. And that door's locked. Oof. Patio's not quite what I want. There's at least some chance of a watering can in here, I think. Maybe not. Now, come to think of it, that's one thing you can't special order is a watering can. I think the only place I've ever seen it spawn is a greenhouse. Of course, this is the place with the blank books on these plinths here. Are there any others, or just those two? Yeah, just those two. Okay. Without a watering can, it doesn't mean anything. Spreading gems through green rooms. This is technically a green room. There ought to be a gem here, shouldn't there? I guess not. Alright, I am gonna have to head back. Well, actually, probably be less steps to go this way if I can. Of course not. Of course not. It's gonna completely wall off the foundation today. Thwarted at many turns. Alright, what can I do here? I can work with these lower rooms. That's what I can do here. Buy myself some more steps to start. Really need to, I could go... I've got an upgrade disc. Do I have a computer to use it on? Well, there's one computer I always have access to. But I don't need to go for it quite yet. Oh, that's a bunch of lovely choices they're giving me. Coat check would only be useful if I had a watering can. I'm out of gems. Damn. Blast and damnation. Alright, I'll take a coat check. It may yet prove useful. Alright. I really wish there were a way to split the money I've currently got between gems and keys, but as far as I know, that does not exist. Yeah, I can get a bunch of keys, I can get a bunch of gems. can't do both. Alright, that is not ideal. In fact, with the options provided, this is probably my best bet. Honestly, at this point, even if I did get a watering can, I'd be concerned I don't have enough steps to get back with it. Certainly not enough to go out to the still. Alright. Yeah, let's do a security room that'll sort out a couple of things for me. First of all, I can use this disc. Okay. Huh. Well, that would be interesting. But I don't need it anymore, not really. Then again, I don't really need either of these either. Frankly, of the three of them, this is probably the best choice at this point in time. Because I don't think I need this, but who knows. Maybe something will come up and I'll turn out to need it. Alright. Come on, greenhouse. Veranda. It's kind of like a greenhouse, except not at all. Is there anything special about the greenhouse? Commonplace. My foot. greenhouse. Neither of those are a greenhouse. More reroll dice, always appreciated. More reroll dice. I forgot to disable the security doors. I mean, it'll only cost me 8 steps. No big deal, right? I give Volt. Come on, greenhouse. Nope. Nope. Let's take a risk on a courtyard. Sledgehammer. Supposedly the most common of all green rooms. I hate it when it does this. It's like you know exactly what you need, you're working to get it, and it just says no. It's the one thing about this game that I really, really don't like is the RNG barrier. Probably not gonna have a keycard tomorrow. Oh well. Go blind or lose half my steps. If I found a watering can at this point, would it even matter? How far back is it to the coat check? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I couldn't make it to the coat check even if I found one right here. Oh, right. drawing room. Oriented the wrong way. Lovely. Break room. Honestly, at this point, pretty much best thing I can do. Just call it a day here. You know what didn't occur to me? Trading posts can swap items. So even if I didn't have a watering can, I might have been able to trade for one. Oh well, at least I got the archive disc. Tool shed. Shovel. Wrench is no use to me at this point. You wouldn't think a watering can would be so hard to get, but seems like it's one of the rarest items in the game. Alright, let's see here. 1 times 6 times 2, that's 24? No. No, that's 12. -5 times 2, that's -10, plus 14 is 4. -3 squared is 9. Secret garden key. Huzzah. And it's trying to direct me away from the outer parts of the place, because you can only get green rooms in the outer parts, for the most part. Possibly a mistake, but I'll do it anyway. Greenhouse. Watering can? Watering can! Fantastic. Now I just need a coat check. Come on, Precious, give us a coat check. It's not a particularly rare room, so no, I definitely do not want a lost and found. Not right now. Oh, gads. I mean, they're both fairly useless. I'll put that room in as an absolute last resort. Because I can still come up through the foundation and get more opportunities to make rooms, and I can still go through the patio and the entrance hall. So I've still got options. I'm not walled in yet. But man, this path winds. I don't know, me personally, I wouldn't like living here. It seems like a lot more trouble than it's even remotely worth. This kind of sucks. I mean, the way this is, you know, you've got to get this kinda rare item, the watering can, and then you've got to get either really lucky to have the trophy room and the library together, or sorry, the exchange room and the library together, or you have to get a coat check, and then you have to get the coat check and that room together. And maybe a library too, if possible. Ah, dear. It's just not going to give me what I need, is it? Gives you a glimmer of hope, and then pulls the rug out from under you. Ah. I'm being maudlin. Let's do the garage. I'm running low on keys. Actually, I want to go ahead and get the rerolls. look that way. Alright, still got 2 opportunities here and here. Rotunda. Potentially better placements for that, but I'll take it. I'm running out of gems. And I think I need a gem. I think I need 1 gem for that one, don't I? Maybe not. Okay, no, it doesn't have any cost. Good. That's something anyway. Closed exhibit will be fine. I've already got the key cards. That keeps 1 more opportunity in the mix. Finally. Okay, it's not all for naught. Go ahead and check in the watering can. Alright. Now, I can make my way back to... do I have a break room even? I do. Good. Alright, I'll make my way back to the break room and end the day there. Wrong room. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else productive I can be doing. But I'm not sure, because I haven't read through all the blue notes, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Alright, so let's take a look at these blue notes that I haven't seen yet. Alright, so in the lab, Cinca Inc., founded in 1933, has 2 facilities, Cinca Labs in Reddington and Cinca Court, a 16-story facility located in downtown Oris, featuring 8 floors above ground and 8 floors below ground. There's that 8 again. Den. The sin associated with this room is often associated with one's use of time. A sloth, I guess. Workshop. Certain rooms, like mechanical rooms, are more likely to contain security doors. Okay, didn't know that. Parlor. The gems are in the white box. Can't always be true. Maybe it just always tells you which box they're in. Vault. The family core is unlocked only by the sum of the digits. We already had that. Wine cellar, we already had that. Observatory. The largest planet in the night sky is named after the Paragon of Ash. Okay. Paragon of Ash. That's one of the angels, but which one is the one of Ash? The one that would be the chimney sweep, wouldn't it? So, which one's the chimney sweep again? Chimney sweep, chimney sweep. I think I may have... I shouldn't have erased those notes. That was very foolish of me. Yes, that was very stupid of me indeed. Why did I erase that? Dumb, dumb, dumb. Vea is the chimney sweep angel. Okay, anyway, where were we at? Right, okay. Sinclair's four canine companions, we've already had that. In eclipses only appear in the north sky. In the clock tower. Vea, okay, that's okay. There were a total of 8 gems removed from the ruby crown of Arinda Ares. Yeah, okay. There are 4 different methods to rotate rooms. Rotunda. That'll be the rotunda, the compass, the dovecote, and I think there's one that lets you do it with gems? Yes, there's the blessing from the shrine. The license plate on this car is an acronym. Okay. So we're actually getting a number of dangling threads here, as far as I know. And me without my pen. 1 second. Okay, so let's see. And eclipses only in north sky. Largest planet is Vea. I wonder if these are like answers to that test you can take in the 9th grade classroom. Okay. Only 6 of the notorious red letters were addressed to Herbert S. Sinclair. Okay. SHS was born 3 years after HSS, so his younger brother was 3 years younger. Clary Epson laid to rest 1983. Flag colors green for Nuance, pink for Vera, orange for Carrarica. The Inkwell is not the largest constellation. Okay, I think that's the one that appears at 50. I think there's like one that appears at like 100. Coat check is drawn slightly more often the day after checking a new item. Good to know. The rook can perform a special move with another piece. The king can cast by swapping with another piece. Months are slightly longer than days. The majority of gems found in the house are artificially produced. The titles are synonyms in the gallery. Yes, okay, yeah, that would be a clue. Right. The elephant belongs in this bin. Okay, that's in room 8 to help you solve that puzzle. Red memos were created by Kirk Darren and approved by the Baron and questionably served the estate's primary security system. Okay, in the conference room. Drafting studio. The full directory comprises 46 numbered rooms plus 8 categories of 8 rooms. 46 plus 46, but the 46 has the diamond around it, stating it would be 46 plus 64, which would be 110, I think. Yep, 110. Which, actually, yeah, we've seen all 110 rooms at this point. The high-pressure condenser box is connected to not one, but 2 remote power boxes. We'd already found both of those. The real Alzara was an Arajan soothsayer who belonged to the royal court of Ares. He was banished from the realm in the 15th year of Ezra for a prophecy that did not come to pass, in the rumpus room. The bullseye operation can trigger multiple times. Billiard room. There is a letter missing. In the pantry. That's in quotations. So that would be the 8th letter. But what bugs me is that it's in quotations. Alright, saunas are a commonplace in both businesses and residences in Korarica. Okay? The massive reservoir below Mount Holly receives a natural filtration from continuous flow of fresh water from 2 neighboring underground springs, before making its dramatic exit via a waterfall on the south-facing cliff. There is only one in the pump room. There is only one location in the estate where every room in the drafting pool can be drafted. In the pool. Okay. That has to be, actually, you know, the one location has to be the bottom west corner. And the reason why I say that is that you can only get her ladyship's chamber on the western wing and only from a north-facing door. Basically, you have to be facing south so that her door faces north, is what I'm trying to say. Since that's... And it's only... Conservatories can only be in the corner. Just with those 2 things, the only location that would satisfy the criterion to be able to draft both of those is that location. So that has to be it. Alright. Mechanarium, we've already had that one. Library. If you have a hall pass, a bookshop will be more likely to be drawn while drafting in the library. Okay. Dovecote. 3 members...
What's up?
Howdy. Reading through some of the blue notes here. Anyway, 3 members of the Sinclair family have attended school overseas in Korarica.
How's your stream is going?
It's going well. Alright, freezer. The ice in Master Sinclair's personal freezer can only be thawed by applying a direct heat source. Security. Surveillance recordings can only be accessed via the terminal located in security. You know, I've never done that. Aquarium. The tank contains a red herring. Probably meaning a false clue. Music room. There is a major key hanging on a wall in the safe house. Hanging on a wall?
BTW, how's your night going?
It's gone fine. Right, okay, the safe house. That's got to be the one that's through the underground. Dining room. There are 10 different dishes that can be served in this room.
Well, what are you reading?
What I'm reading are the blue notes for... Okay, so in this game, when you get the blue tents. Each blue room you draft on the 8th rank, that's up here, will pop up a blue note. Basically, I'm reading through them to see if there's any new information that I don't already have before I keep trying to progress the puzzle I'm currently working on. Alright, so storeroom. There are 6 permanent additions. And the reason I'm reading through them here instead of actually trying to draft them one by one is that it would take like 10 days to get all of them, and that's if I got a perfect run. And I'm pretty much already past the puzzle I need them for anyway. So I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Anyway. Utility closet. DC Power's designs for VAC controls were partly inspired by the gift they received from their client, an original Morajai box. Locker room. The memo next to this is a lie. That's useless. Study. The chessboard in this room contains a portmanteau.
You know, buddy, I also played Blueprints for a while time, but now it's bored me sometime.
Okay.
LOL.
I'm still fascinated by it, and I don't have anything else to play until the 29th, so I'm gonna keep going with this since I haven't quite hit the end. Portmanteau in the study. Okay, something I didn't know.
Dino dance, Dino dance.
Chamber of Mirrors. If an item would be spread into the Chamber of Mirrors, 4 of those items are spread instead. So I guess the Chamber of Mirrors multiplies
How
anything.
about I can suggest you some games?
I've got pretty much all the games I really want to play. You've got them listed out, what I intend to do. So I'm good for now. There are 12 different potential spare room upgrades in the spare room. And lastly, Foundation. Despite the directory being reorganized and renumbered several times throughout the years, the Foundation has always maintained its position as the first floor plan of Mount Holly. And then the Throne of the Blueprints, we've already had that one. And they've got the classrooms. Already had flag colors. Classroom grade 2 in the figure...
Do you stream on daily basis?
No, I've also got my schedule posted on the About section. Try to keep to it, but not always. Alright. Classroom grade 2. The figure of 8, in its symbolic guise as infinity, has long served as a vessel of both death and the unfathomable. Classroom grade 3. The scientific foundation of architectural drafting, combining advanced principles of spatial suspension and temporal anchoring, was developed and refined at the Farius High Institute of Korarica at the beginning of their realm's 15th era.
What is that on your profile picture?
It's the avatar I used in Final Fantasy XIV.
Lion of Yara.
Alright. Classroom grade 4. Of the 3 major expeditions to the South Key, only one party returned. The cartographers among them conducted a cautious
That's pretty dope.
survey of the coastline, but refrained from making landfall. Grade 5. The illustrations in The Red Prince and Swimbird were made by Marion Marigold herself. Grade 6. The third king of Verinda was the last in the line of Oris. Okay. Grade 7. The 3 advanced operations in modern mathematics are squaring, inversion, and rounding. Grade 8. Loon is the Eurasian word for water. Essa is the Eurasian word for love. Joro is the Eurasian word for father. Final classroom. The answer to the exam's final question is equal to
BTW, if
its
you don't
number.
mind, I want to share something with you.
If it's any kind of a business inquiry, I've got an email set up for that, and I've explicitly asked that people not bring those up in chat.
Basically, I'm a professional artist with 2,3 years of experience and would love to customize something for you in friendly budget. So would you like to see some of my creatives?
Nope, and I've banned you because I just told you that I wasn't, that I had an email set up for that, and that I didn't want people doing that in my chat. Please listen. Don't mean to be rude, but I explicitly told you not to do that. Alright, go end the day in the break room. Alright. Didn't really get any new information out of the blue notes, but I did see some dangling threads. Though I think most of those aren't actually dangling threads. I think they're probably just like random questions on the Classroom 9 exam, which I've never taken. Alright, so I need a trophy room. Sorry. Dadgummit, the outer room that is a gold one that's like the item exchange. I need that. Trading post. There we go. Now I need to see if I can get a library and a coat check. Or at the very least, the coat check. Break room. Hallway. Library. Come on, coat check. Yeah, lost and found. Do not like the lost and found. Aquarium will probably do nicely. Let's go with that one. Go to the parlor to get some more gems. This box has gems. False statements have less than 6 words. That's not true. That's self-contradictory, so that one has to be false. A statement with an odd number of words is always true. The gems are in the box with the most words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. This would be self-contradictory. Okay, 11 rounded to the tens place is going to be 10. 10 times 6 divided by 20, that's 60. Divided by 20, that's 3, but rounded to the hundreds. No. 10 times 6 is 60, rounded to the hundreds, which is 100 divided by 20, so it's 5. Alright, then we've got 1, 10, and 19, so 30. 30 minus 4 is going to be 26, rounded to the tens is going to be 30. Minus 3 and 5 is 8, which will bring it down to 22, rounded to the tens would be 20. Minus 3 would be 17, rounded to the tens would still be 20. Okay. Okay. West Wing Hall. You know, they told me, in one of those notes, that the coat check was slightly more common on days like today. Couldn't prove it by me. Go with the observatory. Up to 47 now. Oh wait, dead end's more common. If it's the right dead end, I need that. If it's the wrong dead end, I have just screwed myself pretty quickly. Go with the kitchen. Yeah, at this point I really don't have any leads other than the still water. So that's kind of the only thing I can do of any value or relevance. And I should have eaten everything I could have in the kitchen before coming out here. That was silly of me. And I'm going to lose steps because of it. Still, worth it overall. Worth it overall. go with walk-in closet. Showroom. Guess a morning room. Who knows, maybe this will have a watering can. Buy some gems. Guess we'll go with a passageway. Boiler room. No new messages since the 12th. I don't see a way to actually review the recordings in here, despite what it says. The boudoir will at least give me the ability to re-roll. Let's see. I don't know if there's a chance for the attic to have a watering can, but may as well take the risk. As usual, every time I take a risk on the attic, it doesn't really seem to pay off very often. Of course, I was stuck with a dead-end room anyway, so it's not that big a deal this time. Just, I don't know. For something they say is like a must-have room because, hey, it's got like 8 items in it, isn't that great? It very rarely has particularly useful items in it. Much like her ladyship's closet. Yeah, okay, it has a large number of items, but they're not really the items that are going to make much of a difference. They're not like tools or... I mean, they're not like the tools or anything. Aha! Aha! We have it. Give me that watering can. Alright, now... I hope I don't have to empty it before I go fill up with still water. That would suck. You know what? We're gonna worry about that later. Do I need to pass through the aquarium? Don't need to, but it'd be a very short detour. Actually, I have to go through Foundation. Derp. Is there more I need to do? Ah, nope. Alright, I've refilled the can with still water. Let's go check out the library books. Okay, so I've got tended rosevine here. My dearest darling son, I am quite impressed. I didn't expect you to make it this far. Yet if these words have reached your eyes, rest assured, the end of the spiral is near. Stay vigilant and rose-wary, for the thorns we discover are twice as sharp at the conclusion of each of our journeys. One final counsel I leave you. The waters of the West Spring shall yet reveal more secrets than these mere passages. I had so many plans, but not enough dreams. Your mother, Arave. The waters of the West Spring shall yet reveal more secrets than these mere passages. So the still water is useful for something other than just this. Okay. Also got another blank book over here. A hidden hue. From prism pristine, 3 paths convene, 3 lines of light, 3 shades foreseen. 3 colors count a sum of 18. But the one left hidden remains to be seen. Waters of the West Spring. I'm gonna refill this thing and put it back in the coat check. I get the feeling I'm going to need it again. With still water already. Okay. This is wrong. Okay, watering can checked in, so if I need it on another day, I can get it. Of course, always assuming that I can, you know, get back there. Everything's bricked up except for this one. thought. Actually, I think I may be remembering something from a guide at this point. I'm not sure. Probably am. Okay, apparently I'm not. Or this isn't quite what I thought it would be. Alright, I need to put this back in the lost and found. Or the code check, rather. Alright, do I have enough steps to get back to the break room? Maybe. Maybe. And maybe not. Still, worth making the attempt, certainly. Okay. I think what I need to do next is try and get the shrine and get the blessing of the monk, and then put either the atrium or the garage or the secret passage outside. One of those three. And I'm gonna take a brief break. I'll be right back.
To know if it's impressive or disheartening, you're on 70 LOL.
Honestly, it should be neither at this point because I am using guides pretty heavily. Like, I've gotten through the first 2 or 3 major puzzles, but at this point it's so far above what I would be able to do on my own, it's ridiculous.
30 here and Samer.
Yeah. This game is... it's nuts. Alright. Alright, I'll be right back.
Yep, wasn't expecting to get hooked on this so hard, LOL.
Alright, and back. And I can't make progress with those. So this day is basically a wash. Doesn't really matter. Well, actually, need to go get a break room. Then I can call it a day.
What are you looking for?
I need to get the shrine so I can get the blessing of the monk so I can deploy either the antechamber, the garage, or the secret passage outside. One of those three. Not exactly sure which. Come on. Give me a break room. There we go. Not the shrine again. Right, break room and call it a day. Basically just grinding the game at this point. frustrating when you get just stuck because of the RNG. But I've made that complaint several times already. There we go, shrine. Might need this for several days. I think it's 45 I want to donate. Let me check. Apparently I want to do 61 actually. Or if I can afford to do 61, so I may as well. Alright. So I need either the antechamber, the garage, or the secret passage. Grab the keys. Alright. There are 3 false statements on the box. That's false. Only one of these statements on this box are true. The gems are in a box with a true statement. Okay. Only one of the statements on this box are false. The gems are in the white box. I think it's the white box. Well, crap. Just when I think I'm getting good at those, make a fool of myself. Alright.
Every time I feel smart, I remind myself with that room.
Yeah, gets you a lot. Okay, that one's new. Alright, 5 squared rounded up to the tens would be 30, divided by 3 is 10. 13 swapped is 31, rounded up to the tens is 30, minus 15 is 15. Please let it end. Alright, 12 swapped is 21, rounded to the tens is 20, plus 5 is 25. Do I swap it again? 52? 50 divided by 10, 5? Hate that. Better early to use a gem. Secret passage. Alright. It's one option. Let me leave this here, see if I can get a garage. Or get to the antechamber. Commissary. Wait, I don't have money anymore. Whoops. Den, get a gem out of it. Right. Not really any good options. Observatory would be okay, but the problem with that is I wouldn't have any gems. So I'll go with the bedroom. I might get a gem out of the bedroom. Coins. What do we got? Pointless. I mean, none of these are particularly great. gem. I'm gonna rotate this. Don't really know what I'm hoping for. I don't have any good way to open up the antechamber right now. Ah, but I have a garage. Okay. I am going to call it a day in the garage so I can draft this outside. Then I just need a breaker box, and I should be able to do something kind of interesting. Lucky. Okay. What's this? Steady as the scepter, deadly as the stone, heavy as the crown, ready as the throne. Okay. That's actually a clue to a puzzle I've already gotten through. That was just the puzzle to get to get all those things and go sit down on the throne. So now what I want is a secret passage. Okay, for a second there I thought I'd done very stupid and basically blocked off all my drafting points. I had not done that. I need to be paying more attention. I think the secret... Doesn't the secret passage need a gem? Yes, it does. Okay, so I can't spend any more gems. Unless I can get some more. Which a commissary will usually... Yep. Plenty of gems. Alright, let's try this again. Try another, I guess. The gems are not in this box, the gems are in the blue box. The gems are not in this box, the gems are in the blue box. The gems are not in this box, the gems are in the white box. It doesn't even feel like a logic puzzle at this point, it feels like a coin flip. Because, I mean, if this is true, then those other two are false, which works with the puzzle. If this is false, the other two are true, and that works with the puzzle. The only one I'm sure they're not in is the black box. Because they can't all be lying. I don't know, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. And well, I'm not quite dead-ended. Except, I don't have... wait. Yeah, no, I don't have a key card today, so I can't go in through the foundation, so no, I am dead-ended for today. That is it. Bother. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Alright, and back.
You got this, dude. Just RNG.
Yeah. Just gotta keep grinding away at it until I get what I'm after. Got the right blessings, now I just need the secret passage to appear. And then I'll need, I think,
Fighting with RNG on my run as well.
There's the passage. Fantastic. Yeah, it's a real pain in the butt. Where are you stuck at right now? Do I need anything else this run?
Trying to get to Anti and back to Foundation.
Oh, so you're still trying to get into the basement. Oh boy. So you haven't gotten to room 46 yet, have you?
Yup.
Well...
Got all outside done and uncovered the 46 door once, but that's it. Never made it to chamber.
Okay, so you've gotten down and opened up the back door of the antechamber, but you haven't been able to get into room 46 yet? Yeah, it's... Game is very frustrating with the RNG, and I'm gonna tell you that that's basically puzzle number 1, and or main puzzle number 1, and I think there's at least 4. It kind of depends.
I forgot how, but I uncovered 46 door in Anti and fell short AF to get to Anti. Working on getting to basement.
Yeah, dice. Yeah. You're basically working on the first puzzle. The first major puzzle. There are at least 4. The hell is that? Alright, 5. I'm assuming square and then flip. So 52. 32, 22, 20... 19, 81 rounded is 80, 82, but then you flip it again, so 28, but that would round to 30. There's no way it can be 30, because that doesn't exist on the board. Alright, give me a code check. Parlor will be fun, I suppose. Blue box has exactly one true statement. The gems are in the blue box. The gems are not in the black box. The above statement is true. The white box has exactly one true statement. The black box has no true statements. There you go. Okay, so this one has to be false because that's impossible. The white box has exactly one true statement. The gems are not in the black box. The above statement is true. If the above statement is true, then the bottom statement must also be true. If the bottom statement is false, then the above statement cannot be true, which means that it cannot possibly have only one true statement. So that statement has to be false, and that means that this is also false. So the black box therefore has to have a true statement. The blue box has exactly one true statement. Is that possible? Can we have true and false statements mixed together? It's not really covered in the rules. But this could be true, and they could be in the blue box. But then... neither of those could be true. So that... I think this one's false also. Which means this is the only one I can... this is a long shot. Damn, 3 for 3. All right. Lost the royal scepter. Forgot that would happen. But that does have an advantage. What color, what color, what color? What color do I need? I need blue. Speaking of, have I used this yet? I haven't. Okay. Let's go with the dove coat. Those all kind of suck in various ways. That's what I'm after. Alright, got the watering can, got the secret door outside. Okay, what have we got? Blue doors, those should be open. east of Creek. Okay. The hell am I looking at? When first I embarked upon this project, it was my intent to craft inviting rooms that might appeal to the citizens of the realm. I had even secured an arrangement with a local firm that was to oversee the mass production of the floor plans. Yet now, after walking the halls of my work, I must confess that I have grown altogether too attached to these rooms. They have become a part of me, and knowing how little regard is often shown for that which I have hold sacred, I find myself unequal to the selfless task of sharing them with the world. I am content with this resolution, for this house and the 45 rooms therein are more than the best work of my career. They are my home. Lady Aravai, project completed November 1913. Okay, so that's great-grandma. She was writing, she led her younger son here, or tried to. Oh, I don't like that at all. Well, what the fuck?
Well, you did a thing.
I did something. Green. Green means go. Okay, this looks like the conservatory, which has a human ear and a teddy bear. And a Morajai puzzle box. Oh, which color is this supposed to be? Okay, this is a green one. Right. That's not gonna help. What does yellow do? Right, yellow goes up. That's what yellow does. Of. Hmm. Okay, this is the maid's chamber. And another puzzle box. Which color is this? Purple. Does purple work again? Okay, yeah, pink does the rotations. entirely sure I like this. V. Okay, so at a guess, I'm going to assume we've got a 46 or 45 room place roughly laid out like this, but it has actual hallways, and these words are somehow meant to say something. But you're gonna have to try and organize them correctly. And I'm not sure how to organize them at all. So, one moment, I need to draw a diagram. Okay. So I've got of and the. There's 45 of these bloody puzzle boxes. Oh, I was not ready for 45 of these damn things. Now this one's done. Alright, what does this do? Not entirely clear. Be nice if its behavior would be consistent. Need to remind myself what the blue ones do, because I honestly can't remember the rules here. Behaves the same way as the center tile. Okay, so because here the center tile is nothing, it's going to do nothing. But if I put that there... Okay, now I've got it.
Rip the colorblind.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. It wasn't right. That's not surrounded enough to turn color. Good grief, this is... This one's the hardest I think I've seen. Alright, I've got 3. I need 4. And I need to position them in such a way that they can all get turned. They can turn these things. Trouble is... Trouble is, when I do this, all they can do is fall. They can't come back up, and this can only go across. So I'm locking myself up repeatedly. Nope, that doesn't work. Once the black's on top, it can only manipulate the top. And that's it's locked again. Oh, dadgummit. Okay, that shifts one up where I need it, but not the other. I feel like I've almost got this, but I'm just missing some critical element. How do I get another one up? How do I get two up here? I don't think I can. Which means I can't pull all three off the top. I can only pull two. Can I even pull two? Maybe I can only pull one? Yeah, I think I can only pull one. Yeah, I can only pull one. Okay. For pity's sake. Okay. Really had to crank up the difficulty on these. No, that was a mistake. What am I thinking? doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna have to look this one up. I cannot figure this out. What room is this? Drawing room, okay. I can't figure this out. I can't solve this one. Pi and pi. E? There's another set of... Oh, cats. It's a maid's room. I was just in there. Cog and clog, that would be L. Assuming it adheres to the same rules as the original manor. This is one of the hallways. We've got a lamb and a lab, so M. Alright, this one wants blue. don't like the white tiles. They are not helping me. Dadgummit. Well, shit, that won't work either. Alright, I think I've almost got this one. No, I've made a mistake. Dang it. Ah. Dadgummit. It's like I can almost see the solution, but not quite. No, crap. I've got that. Ah, damn it. That made some really just fiendishly hard puzzles here at the end. And these stupid little boxes. Or maybe I'm just getting tired, I don't know. Got it. Lantern. Kind of guessing where I've got each of these, but oh well. Lab and lab. Okay, no, nope, I'm putting that in the wrong slot. Okay. Okay, dining room. Orange and a barn? Field? Range? Range doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel quite right. And another rotten little box. And that's orange. Orange changes color to whatever's around it. And these rotate. And blue does whatever's in the center. I know I'm close. There we go. Light. Okay. Not sure I've got these organized in the correct grid. But it's not giving me a map anymore, so I don't know what else I can do. Alright, spear and spar, that's E. Much easier. Pass. Okay. Got the music room over there. But I kind of want to stay on what I think is the same row. Okay, now we've got the foundation. Okay, I need to get them all to orange. Alright, first off. First of all, I need to actually get 2 orange on the bottom, which I'm not gonna do like that. Okay, that's good. For a start anyway. Now I need to get... Okay, I think I see it. Maybe. I hope I see it. No, I don't quite see it. So I was thinking to do that, but now I've got no way of getting the black up to the middle again. So I can organize that, but I can't shift this over. I could push that up and change that orange, but that doesn't really do me a whole hell of a lot of good. Because that doesn't turn. Nothing, 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 nothing. And turning around. Frick. I mean, so far so good, but... Wait a minute. Aha! Hey, this explains everything. Alright, do we... Can I fall down there? No, I cannot. Do I have any paintings here? Anything to look at? Ah, yes, I do. Pot... and a stream, or a stream and steam. R. Music room. Score bore. No, they rhyme, but that doesn't. Be more likely bore and bar, which would be O. Oh crap, it's 11:46. This is definitely gonna be my last run of the night. Jeez, this sucks. Shade. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've totally garbled this order. Because I'm not getting anything sensible when I look at my notes. Got a spare room, snail, and sail. I am really going to hate these stupid puzzle boxes before the end of this. Well, that was clearly not the right thing to do. Where is the front of this place? I'm in a maze. Fantastic. Alright. There's the conservatory again, so I'm close to the front. Ear and bear, that's gonna be B. Did I find and solve the Morojai box in here? I did. Okay. Okay. So it's like midnight. I've got to call it for now. I wish I could save in the middle of a game, but won't let me. So instead, I'm going to call it a day in here, save and quit, and come back at this whenever I can next be on, which will probably be Thursday. I wish I had more time, but I just don't. So that's going to be it for me for tonight. As always, thank you all for watching, and y'all have a good night.